Well, as the title says, I got a bit of sewing machine overload. So I keep getting random sewing machines, mostly given to me. I haven't picked one up on my own other than, I don't know if I've ever picked one up on my own. But anywho, they have a variety of problems. And I sort of stack them in a corner, and every once in a while I go through and have a sewing machine repair day. So, start out with, this is a Kenmore 10, model number 385.12490. I do not see a date on it. Serial number 12850,600 if anybody out there knows of a conversion or a site that goes from serial number to dates. Sometimes they exist. Looks like all the parts are here. Got the pedal, got the sewing machine, got the little support tray. Get that out of the way. So what's wrong with this one? This one is jammed. I can feel the clutch slipping when I do that, and if you watch, the good news is the needle moves a little bit, so it's not completely frozen, but it's definitely not in good shape. Get a tray. So this is probably the, I'm going to say least expensive, or at least the least, I don't want to say lowest quality, but the most mainstream of all the sewing machines in my pile. So I'm going to start here in case something goes bad and progress from there. So it looks like something in the bottom end is jammed. I mean, this looks really clean. I don't see any garped or gorked oil or anything else in here. The grease is still greasy. Front end, yeah, front end looks clean. There's a little bit of schmoo in there, but nothing that would indicate a problem at this time. I'm going to take the door off before I accidentally break it off. The light bulb. Okay. And on this end we have our drive belt coming up from the motor, intermediate pulley, and then there's the clutch assembly. And again, if I unlock the clutch, everything turns just fine. So I'm pretty sure it's not anything on the motor end. So it's got to be in the bobbin assembly, which is down here. There's the bobbin. A little bit of thread. Whoop! There goes the bobbin. That's kind of interesting. There's 4 different colors of thread wound on this bobbin, so a bit of a mess. But not the end of the world. This all looks to be in good shape. No smoking guns so far. Okay, time to go in deeper. Bottom plate has a bit of a twist to it. Don't know if that's intentional or not. This guy is really stiff. And that comes off of this fork. If I take this off, I can prove, well, I can't really prove anything, but it'll give me an idea if that is the cause of the sticking. And it is. So disconnecting that, everything on the top end's free. So something along that assembly on the bottom is causing the issues. So I'm gonna put that back on. Anything, there's things poking out the top. Now I'm taking all the plastic bits off. Past experience has told me those get quite brittle. So just to avoid any sad accidents, I'm just going to pull them off and set them to the side. Then put them back on later once everything is sorted. Well, the rubber feet are in good shape, which is kind of amazing. Okay, so here's the bottom end of this machine. So this rod here is what's sticking. It comes across, it has a cam that runs this. That does not look to be an issue. And then it comes into this assembly. So I guess I'll just dig into it. I don't think anything's damaged. Well, I hope nothing's damaged. I'm hoping it's just something is jammed. Okay, so this rod here just goes up and down. It's like a piston. It's like a reverse piston. So here's your crankshaft. It spins around like that. Makes the far end of the rod go like this, which causes this to rock, which then comes over and causes this to rock, which then turns that guy, which then causes the bobbin. The bobbin doesn't go a full 360. It just goes through an arc and back and forth. Now, the grease down here is much more dry than the stuff that was up on top. So I'm wondering if this is just all gunked up. So I pulled this cap, assuming there'd be a screw, and there is not. So the question is it the rod here, one of these two bearings that's frozen, or is it this assembly? And interesting little plug. And these parts are timed, so if I pull this assembly out, I got to make sure I put it back in the same orientation to this gear, which could be a lot of excitement. I don't see an easy way for this to come apart that way. So I'm going to start on this end. I've also never taken one of these apart. It's not this model. And I don't have a set of instructions, so there's a bit of guesswork going on here. the truly easy solution would have been is if I had opened this up and it was all full of thread and it just had jammed up. That would have been the most welcome sight, because that would just be clean all the thread out and keep going. There's that little piece. This hook right here, I don't know if you can see it on video, but it has like a hook like that. That's what spins around, grabs the thread from the needle, flips it around, and lets go. You know, sort of gets, needle comes down, it shoots the bobbin through, and then lets it go back up. You know, it's what actually does the stitching. And that assembly is rock solid. So something in this assembly is jammed, and it is jammed hard. There is a bit of thread stuck behind the assembly, so I'm wondering, so there you can get a better view of the hook. So there you got your hook that grabs the thread, and then mechanical magic happens and it actually flips the bobbin through the thread. That's probably not the best way to describe it, but that's the best thought I have right now. Somehow it gets the two threads twisted and then lets go. Okay, so we're down to a bunch of fluff. And this assembly definitely needs some cleaning. And I can't get the plate off because the needle's down. And this, oh, I accidentally fixed it by taking that apart. Okay, based on that, I'm not going to dismantle anymore. And where is... I'm just going to put a very small dab of new grease in here. It's a little white lithium grease. Like so. Put this plate back on. I don't see anything else down here that needs lubrication, except for maybe this guy right here. Tiny bit there. And right there through my arm, you can sort of see the rocking motion that guy goes through. Okay, so I'm going to get this back to top dead center. Or this sewing machine equivalent of that. And then proceed with a toothbrush, with a clean toothbrush. Just to wipe all the thread and fluff that's collected down in this assembly out. Because the assumption, or my assumption is there's just was a chunk of thread caught someplace it shouldn't have been, and it jammed the works up. I mean, I've already pulled quite a bit of old thread and fluff out of there. I'm not going to grease or oil any of this So this is where your thread runs, and most people don't want pre-grease and oil stains on their clothing, so oil on the thread would be not good. So this is a dental pick, and I'm just gonna, just like your teeth, scale off places where the thread is built up and turn into like a glue mat almost. So I'm being careful not to scratch the surface. I'm just scraping the buildup off. Okay, now we gotta get the top of the assembly out. So I'm gonna raise the foot. Good news is this one has the complete foot assembly. Sometimes the foot assemblies can be, typically they're easy to find, they're easy to replace. If you have an older machine that's not being built anymore or was never really popular, finding a replacement can be kind of a pain in the butt. Same thing with bobbins apparently. Modern-ish machines like this one, they're not hard, they're all pretty much the same. But we had an older treadle mount one, and I could not find a replacement bobbin form that would work. So that one still is not repaired. So again, right here, I'm just cleaning. There's no way you're going to be able to see this, but down in the foot area, I'm just cleaning off all the fuzz from the various parts that has built up. I think I got most of it. Time for a power test. Okay, I gotta figure out how to retension the belts because they're definitely slipping. But it does seem to all run up until the belt sticks. Oh, that's good news. Cool. I'm going to reassemble the bottom end because I think I'm done in here. that's done. This assembly goes in next. Just drops in there like that. Much easier than when I took it out. Here you can see there's some more fuzz. So I'll clean that up real quick. Just drops in now. Locking paws. There, I didn't have to unscrew these. You just flip them over like that. But I've had problems in the past where these broke when I tried to do that just because of age. So I typically just unscrew them just to avoid that possibility of breaking one. That's all together. I'm going to put the bobbin cap, I guess I call it a bobbin cap, back in. I am not going to load a bobbin at this time, just because this bobbin's a mess. I need to unwind everything. I'm going to put this cover back on because I think I'm done in that area. It goes like so. There. Don't over tighten the screws. Last thing you want to do is get a machine all fixed and then split the plastic out. Okay, that's together. All the edges line up. Foot back on. Okay. Next part. I need to readjust the tension on the motor and the pulley. So I flip this way. Currently this upper belt is slipping, and that's adjusted by these two screws, which will make the lower belt slip, which is then adjusted by these two screws. So I'll start at the top and work down. Those loose. Let's see. Good. There's plenty of adjustment in the pulley. Sometimes these belts will stretch to the point where you can't adjust them using the screws, and you actually have to buy a new belt, which I'm trying to avoid. Because if I need to buy a new belt, that means I have to wait for the part to get here, which means this sits on my pile that much longer. And as expected, now the bottom belt's slipping. Just like the top belt. Break the screws loose. Pull the motor. Down and away from that pulley and retighten the screws. amp. That works fine. I think it's definitely the bottom end that's causing me grief. So something's still binding up somewhere. What I was hoping right now is I could get this top to bottom connecting rod out of the way enough that I could spin the top end without the bottom end connected and see where things are binding up. So I don't know how much truth there is in it, but this is true or sold as sewing machine oil. Looking on the forums or just around the internet in general, they say do not use 3-in-1 oil or motor oil because reasons. They recommend only sewing machine oil, so I've had enough sewing machines that are all gummed up that I sort of believe them, and I just go with what they recommend. So I'm just putting a little oil in that top bearing with the hopes that that was the issue, but it's feeling like that is not the case. So unplug the works. So I just popped the belts on. So now I can just feel the movement of the top end and see if I can get a sense for where the issue is. So right now I'm just going through and oiling all the moving parts kind of heavily. Let's see if I can get the... There's a bit of a snap right there and right there, which may be normal. But there is a fair amount of resistance in here, that more than I'd expect. So right here you can see your cams. And one of these guys, this guy, moves the selector over to pick the proper cam on that wheel. Some sewing machines, that cam section's a replaceable unit. This one it is not. It's just a selector. That said, I don't know. I don't know where the arrow for the selector is. Oh, it's at the top. Okay, so that should be straight stitch. Stitch width. Stitch width. Selector is this guy. So it has everything from 5 down to 0. And then it just varies that little guy. So if I go to a zigzag, zigzag is not very zigzaggy. Oh. There it goes. So zigzag of 0 is a straight stitch. But you can watch, this arm here moves up and down, which pushes the needle this way. And as far as I can tell, this is all good. There's still something somewhere that's really bound up. Okay, it's totally not in the top end. I took the top end apart, or I took the connection between the top end and the bottom end off, and this is smooth as silk. There is no resistance. Life is good. So my issue is still in the bottom end of this unit. So that chunk I put back together saying, oh, I'm done in here? Yeah, I was full of shit. Put these back together so I can actually run the unit by hand. Yeah, so it's the something in the bottoms, which unfortunately is hard to display. I almost need like a little stand that will hold this upside down. I really don't have anything like that. If I put this on and try to flip it upside down, it's going to rest on these pins and break them off, so I don't want to do that. I don't want to rest it on this because there's all sorts of linkages that could go bad if I did that. There's another, I bet that's for that screw right there. So these screws have little plastic washers on them to retain them in the parts so they don't disappear. And I was kind of surprised how one of these two screws on this part didn't. And then I found the washer sitting here. So now it is captive. And I'm just getting all the fuzz off of these parts while I got it open. So there's that guy. Okay, so something up in here. So first things first, I'm just going to dismantle this unit again. I am not an official sewing machine repairman, so I don't even know what the right names of these parts are. So right now I'm sort of looking at the timing of the needle and where things get stiff. Which I just picked it up like this and it went away. Lay it down like this. Right there, there's stiffness. Am I laying on anything? Wonder if it's the foot lever. Actually, that clears everything underneath, so I can set it up like this. So as you can see, there's not much here. This is that rod coming down, which twists this shaft, has a rocker on it, which runs the little foot that pushes the stuff forward. Here's the reversing switch. It changes the... So the way the Fabric Advance works is there's a serrated foot that just sort of does this, and that pushes the fabric in that direction. The reversing switch just changes that, the timing of the lift to the movement in this direction. So instead of lift, push, drop, back, lift, push, drop, back, it goes drop, push, lift, back, drop, push, lift, back. You know, the guys that got these things working, it's kind of amazing. So how do I split these two mechanisms? So I can pop that nut off there if I get the motor out of the way. And then, can I get that? Not really. There's an oil hole on the side. So first thing I'm going to do is just oil it. The grease in this guy is pretty dried out. Or the oil or whatever happened to be in there. I can see the brownish remains. So I'm just oiling it over and over again as I rotate the assembly. I wonder, is there a oil path? There is not. Okay. Sometimes you'll see an oil hole way down in the base casting from the top. In this case, I do not see that. So I'm just trying to figure out what's the best way to oil some of these parts. It looks like just dribble some oil. Now, I'm not seeing the source of the rub, and that's what it really feels like. It's just like some parts are rubbing on each other that shouldn't be. So I'm going to take off upper belt, lower belt, take the motor off, sort of set it off to the side. I did that so I can take the electrical plug off. I wish I could show you guys this, but it's going to be near impossible to tip up. Basically, all I did here is I removed some various bits and bobs to get to the point separate those to where I can get to the fixings on these shafts. I'm just grabbing some wrenches. That's the next question. Is this English or is this metric? It looks like it's metric. So, try and break this nut off. It's on there good. Just trying to verify it's not left-hand thread or anything weird before I engage ultraviolence. So there's a clutch as part of this assembly, which is good because usually it keeps you from making a huge mess of things. But it's, oh man. That does not want to come apart. I wonder if they Loctite that on. I don't see any signs of Loctite anywhere else on this sewing machine, but I was putting what I would consider an unreasonable amount of force on that fastener, and it's just not budging. Oh, I don't know if I want to screw with that. It's got to be one of these shafts just needs oiling. So the shav's on the bottom here. So this was the nut I was trying to get off, and it's not coming off. This shaft goes through a bushing here, which is held in by that set screw, and a bushing here is held in by that set screw. So I'm going to try and pop these bushings out, re-clean and oil everything, and then put them back in. If the bushings spin free on the shaft, then I know that's not the source of the binding, and can move to another point in the system and check again. Oh, that's hitting on that. Bummer. So these are sort of put together to only go together in one way. And I've hit one of those issues. So the bushing I was trying to get out is hitting the next assembly next to it. And I'm trying not to dismantle anything that has to do with the timing. I think I might be to the point where I just don't have a choice. Put a bunch of oil on either side of this guy. Okay, I'm cheating a little bit. I have to move one of the timing devices, and I set things up such that when this Allen wrench is up against one of the other parts, it's right where it was. So long as I don't turn the motor, which, watch, I'm going to turn the motor, everything should go back in time. And with minor difficulties, hopefully. Probably. So right now I'm just trying to get the set screw back in. I also can see on the shaft where the set screw was, so worst case I can visually align that. I'm pulling out the set screw that holds that bushing. Okay, this bushing I don't think is the source of the problem. It moved with no effort whatsoever, so I'm just going to oil it best I can and then put him right back where he was. Same thing for this side. Okay, he's back in. I'll put this cam back where he goes. Okay, the cam is in and tight. I still got a bunch of binding. So the question is, where to next? I'm going to disengage this gear. So I know right where I got timing marks. Still can't tell. Progress onward on the deconstruction. So this cross shaft, one of the two cross shafts on the bottom is just sitting on two diamond points. So I'm going to loosen one of those diamond points off and count the turns. 6, 6.5, 7, 7.5, 8. Oh, nope, I can't get that out. I was hoping I could get that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It turns out I could not. So I'm just going to put that back where it was. So I'm disconnecting the connecting rod again. There's definitely drag. In this bottom assembly. And I have the pulley on the end sort of disconnected. So it's got to be this front bearing. To get that out, I need to get that off. It's really hard when everything moves. Success. So that was the nut I was trying to get out. Now with that off, I should be able to remove the screw that I am. Which then will let me extract if I want to. And there's the connecting rod. Interesting, it's a tapered screw to a tapered fitting, and you can see on the screw where all the old crusty gunky oil is. This assembly is definitely dragging more than I would expect. So my guess is something in it is worn out, dried up, generally bad. So I should be able to remove the whole assembly out the one end. Okay, that's all loose. Okay, that's out. Here's the gear. Okay, what am I hitting on? I'll pull another timing part off that I don't really want to pull off, but I don't have a choice. So I have this gear timed to this part I'm going to pull off. I have no frame of reference other than the marks on it for the where the set screw is bit in. So I'm just going to have to go with it that way because this shaft is definitely not a happy camper at the moment. Can I get it all the way out that end? Electrical tray. Ooh. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where's my drift? Man, there's just no room to work on this thing. So what's jammed up at the moment? So I'm trying to get this shaft assembly out. These two bushings were held in by set screws. You can see where they're bit down. So I'm trying to pull this out the end, and this guy is stuck in this bore. So I'm just working at that to get it out. In theory, the shaft should just slide out of these guys, and it's not. So that tells me where one of the issues at least is. Oh God. Yeah, these guys are at least part of the issue. they were stuck on there good. Now, will this... shoot. What would you call that? Shoot, I broke a stone. One sec, guys. I made a mess. And of course, they all went down inside another drawer. I forgot how much stuff was in that drawer. That goes actually in this drawer. Man, I had a lot of stuff in that drawer. Oh, I snapped another stone. That one's shattered. This is what happens when you have too much stuff in your shop. Okay, I got most of the bits out. Okay, after all that hubbub, one thing that I actually wanted out of here was this guy. So I'm just going to gently take off where the set screws bit into the shaft and made a little raised lip. It's causing the bushing not to slide off the end. I don't want to just drag it over that because it'll ruin the bushing. I think the bushing I'm trying to get off right now is actually still good. So there's one bushing. That one was in good shape. The next widget to come off is this timing guy. Ooh, he's on there. Quite tight. I need him to go in that direction. Best not to chowder up the shaft or the part. Again, there's a bit of a burr on the shaft, but unfortunately it's under the part, so I can't stone it off ahead of time. It was going there. Oh, it's free. Sweet. So all that work to get that out. And if I look at the shaft, yeah, right there is the spot where that was at, and it's definitely raised. So I'm just stoning the high points down. Still can see it, which will be good for when I go to, yeah. And there's the cause of all of our problems. Right there, there's some really dried out old grease. So right here, it spins nice and free. Well, now that I've broken it free, it spins freer, but it was pretty well boogered up and not spinning on that shaft. So I'm gonna clean out all the remnants of that old grease. I don't know if this should be oil or grease. I am going to use oil because that's what I have, and it will help get any grease inside the bearing out, hopefully. Yeah, there's some wear going on somewhere in there. Looks like I dinged up the shaft just a little bit right there. Go to a finer stone. Ta-da! So, what am I going to do with this? First things first, what did I do with the other? Do I have a massive epic fail? I don't see the other bushing. Oh, there it is. It was just hidden. Fortunately, the bushings are different sizes, so I can't swap them. If they were the same size, I would try that first. I'd swap the two bushings. The one on this end takes a lot of force to the side, where the one on this end just takes twisting force, radial force. Instead, I'm going to clean out the inside best I can. There's a bit of scoring on one end of it, but nothing too horrid. Completely clean the shaft. I don't see damage to the shaft, other than where I manhandled it a bit with a screwdriver blade. Yes, I should use brass. I actually do own a set, but they're not long enough for this particular application. that's what I expected. That is not what it was like when we started, or I started. So I'm going to liberally oil all of this to get that oil down into this bushing. Pull back. All I'm trying to do here is get oil all the way down the inside of the bushing. And spread evenly. Now if I really wanted to get a nice, clean, super smooth fit here, you could lap it with lapping compound, but I think that's more work than I want to put into this. There it's all nice and oily and nice fit. Next I'm just going to check the rest of the parts. Make sure there's no super buggers on them. So this has a little registration divot. So I'm guessing at some point there's either a tool or a procedure to realign all these parts. I have no idea what it is. I don't have it. So there's going to be a lot of guesswork going on. Here's the other bushing. Same deal. I'm just going to clean out the bore really good. There's a bevel on one end. I believe it went in, yeah, it goes in that way. I'm going to use on both of them, well, yeah. On both of them I think I can use where the set screw marks are to realign them. At least that's my plan right now. So this guy's actually a little tighter than this guy, so I'm just going to work some oil into it. And you can see I don't know if you can see in the camera, but the oil's coming out black, which is contaminations and smut from the inside, probably mostly just oxide from the inside of this bushing material. I'm not sure what these are. I don't think they're steel. No, they are. They're magnetic. So there's steel bushings, or some sort of ferrous material. And the shaft is definitely steel. So I'm just going to sort of work it like that until it rides free on the shaft. Every so often clean off the dirty oil and put some fresh oil on and repeat. So sans oil, I mean, that is a good fit. But sans oil, this thing's not going to last long before it seizes up, either due to rust or just galling on the parts. So definitely need to oil them. And that is what I am doing. This went this way. Even though this does not spin on the shaft, it's bound by a set screw, I'm still just making sure that the insides are clean. There you can see the dirt that's still coming off even after all this cleaning. Get that all nice and oily. This goes in this way. Okay, that's much better than it was before with oil. The drag of the oil stops it from spinning, but I am happy with that fit. Now the fun part, getting this all back together and timed correctly. The together part is relatively easy. The timing is what I'm more worried about. Before I do that, I'm going to clean this surface so I don't have to do it in the machine. That's where the crank rod attaches. So, take this out, set that right there. I see no reason to have this bushing loose in here, so I might as well put him back where he goes. Pop the screw out. Maneuver it around that piece. Oh. Yeah, that looks about right. So I'm sighting down the set screw hole to where the set screw went. And this guy butted up right against him, and that still aligns correctly, so I'm going to say that is where that goes. Tighten that. Add some more oil to the inside. This is going to be one of those cases where you can never have enough oil. Before I go any further, I'm just checking the spin on this. It is nice and free, so no more work is needed on that. It really sucked to get this whole transmission back together and find out, oh, yeah, that had an issue. So here's some of the old grease, and it's hard. So even though it looked good in some spots, other spots not so much. I'm going to grab, I think, a brass brush to clean this. Just get all the old grease out of the teeth. There's one. You want brass instead of steel because the brass will not damage the steel because it's much softer. The gear is actually wearing the brush at this moment. So I'm brushing across the teeth to get all the old grease out of them. Right there is an example. That's just hard. Some of it just is nice and greasy still, and others is just so darn hard. Okay, so I think I'm happy with that. The mating gear on here looks good. I just realized a major issue. This spins. I have no way to time that back to the main shaft. So even though I get the shaft back in there right, I might not have this timing right. So yeah, I'll have to go online and hopefully someone has a timing guide. And I don't have a good way to get the grease out of there. Put this away for now. how I got all this. This all came out of this drawer. Definitely doesn't fit back in this drawer. And I almost dumped it again. I think I want to find a new spot for that stone. He will live, man, I don't know, up on top for right now. I'll find him a new home later. Now let's get what I can get assembled. So I'm going to take out this screw. Goes on that way. Okay, that's all back the way it went. So now I'm trying to get journal. Okay, right there. Set screw back in. Oh, so much better. Next, I'm going to line up, or attempt to line up, these two parts. So again, I'm just centering the marks from the set screw with the marks with the hole, marks from the set screw on the shaft with the hole in the cam. That's a cam. Okay, so now I have the timing of this cam, which lifts and lowers this foot back in time with the shaft, which then goes to this guy, which I'm going to reassemble next. No, I cannot. I need to figure out the timing on this because I need to be able to pull the shaft back in order to get the gear in. Actually, I can just put the gear in now. There's one spot, there's the other spot. So that's the top spot. I'm going to use him for timing. Pull him out. So I can pull the shaft all the way back. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to put this lower shaft back in. Give it a shot of fresh grease in both end caps. Okay. This side was in 10 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just gently tighten that up for right now. And this side just goes in until it's tight. I lost count. That is tight. And I'm going to back it off about that much. Because it was... I remember the orientation of the screw heads. So this one was vertical and this one was at a 45. So I'm not completely guessing here. Wrench. Tighten that up. Tighten this one up. Okay. Back to putting this gear in. I still have the problem of how to time this. Because I gotta time it in 2 dimensions. I can get this back locked into time with the main shaft, but I gotta time that with this. So when the needle comes down, I think this was right about there. That would make sense. So you want the needle down and then it to grab the thread. I'm gonna have to look this up. I do not know. I was so worried about everything else, I didn't think to mark where those two gears mesh together. Any sort of marks. So I can see where the grease sort of stopped. Yeah, I can see where the grease starts and stops. So I'm just going to have to use that to get my timing correct. If I get the two gears meshed correctly, the timing to the shaft I can do visually. Let's get that needle retracted before I puncture myself some more. Hey, I got that in. Let's see, what's my timing look like? I would say I'm early by a couple teeth. That's the problem. I can only go so far on the stroke. Not I'm late by a lot. Notes to future self. Mark the gears before you take it apart. Oh, that's close. I think one more tooth forward and I got it. Yeah, I like the looks of that. Okay. And I got the set screw lined up with its mark. Then a bit of a tighten. Same thing with the other one. Bit of a tighten. So if anything's wrong on here and it doesn't work, it's that timing. Which also is going to be the biggest pain to fix because you got to dismantle half the machine to do it. Before I move on, time to clean out whatever old oil I can get out of these connections. Yeah, it's just this yellowish sheen. You know, it's just varnish basically on the parts. I'm just going to use oil. I could use a solvent. Problem with solvents, if you don't get them all off, they just attack the new oil. There you can see the grease coming off. So it seems like oil is enough. So I'm just going to go with that for now. Ugh. Oil and a wire brush. That is the ticket. Okay, that one's clean. I don't know if I'll be able to get the inside of this guy clean or not. Its surface is not conducive to wire brushing, but try and get the big chunks off. That's pretty clean. Okay. So this guy went in. I like that. Lots of oil. Don't forget to oil between the two pots. So if I tighten the screw all the way down, it's not going to be a bearing. So I have to loosen it just slightly so I get a nice free fit, and then tighten the lock nut, which went somewhere right there. First, just an email. Nothing I need to respond to right now. So his Sunnier lock nut. I see no traces of Loctite, so I'm not going to use any. It was quite the bear to get out even without Loctite. So, like I said, I need to figure out what the happy medium of not too sloppy that's too tight. Too tight. So the more I tighten this screw, the more that bearing locks up. Like that. If it's too loose, it's going to slap around and just destroy itself. I think that's... And of course, everything wants to move. Call that good. It's got a bit more side play than I'd like. Good news, not nearly as bad to tighten as it is to loosen. Okay. Really? So there, I'd say I'm almost too tight. Yep, too tight. Too tight. Still too tight. Too tight. I think I'm happy with that. Okay. I don't have a lot of sidewards play, and it still moves freely. Put a bunch of oil in there. I forgot I had a bunch of electrical bits just sort of hanging out in space. Yeah, I should put those back in. I really hope I don't have to come back in here and retime this. Because that will not be fun. I think this went right there. No, it did not. Down in that one. Done. Next two screws. Those two for the electrical bits. Oh, got dark out. I've been at this much longer than I expected. Okay, I got bits in the bottom. I got bits in the top. This went that way. I did note which way the cap went on. Oh, so much easier to spin. That was the problem. Give these a good tighten quick. Throw some oil in there. Now the only question is, will it sew? In theory, if I had to redo the bottom end, I can disconnect this on the bottom and do everything from there. So I am going to make sure nothing, a small smidge of new grease here. Way around with time. And I'm going to go wash my hands before handling the belts, because grease and belts just don't work. Imagine that. That tire is in fairly good shape. Oh, no, I can't. This cover has to go on before the top does. Okay, the bottom belt goes on first, like so. Top belt goes on next, like so. Now, the bottom belt went around the motor before I had the top belt on, so I'm going to do that. Bit of a tight fit. I think I got it on there. Oh, there it goes. And the top belt, remember, was a tight fit, but it's on now. Tension the top belt first. Screwdriver's kind of chewed up. Way too long, but not chewed up. That a quarter turn, eighth of a turn. Same thing with that one. Okay, that's good. Now it's time for the bottom adjusters. Same deal. Okay. I think it's ready to try, at least for electrical verification. Oh. Still don't know if it sews. But it definitely runs a hell of a lot better than it did. From not at all when I started to I'd say that's kind of like new. Not really. Sewing machine motor smell. Those who sew, you know what I'm talking about. Or at least should say old sewing machine motor smell. I'm guessing the newer ones are probably brushless DC motor, speed controlled, yada yada yada. Not the old brushed DC universal motors. Okay, let me sort through my pipe crud here. and put some of this back together. I know where all those bits go. And this top cover, there's a pair of longer screws and washers, which I have here. Put that back on quick. I'm not going to fully assemble the bottom end yet. Is there any other... right there. Oil that guy. I got that one. Right now I'm just going around looking for any oil holes, because this has obviously not been oiled in a very long time. And hitting them up with some oil. Try not to be excessive, because that's just going to get everywhere. Okay, put the top back on. This had some short stubby screws. I got 2 of those. The reason I'm assembling so much is I want to actually run the machine, and the various guides are on the top cover and the door. I'm trying to run this without all said guides. It seems like a giant pain. Okay, so this door, there, looks good. Oh, light bulb. Another thing you don't want to get greasy. Okay. There is a spring held by this bottom plate. I'm going to have to take this all off if I have to fix the timing, but I do not want to run it with springs disconnected for any amount of time, because they put that spring there for a reason. Oh, what's the line from Goonies? God put that rock there for a reason. I don't think you should move it. It's been a long time since I watched Goonies. I have to go back and watch that again at some point. Okay. I think I have all the key ingredients back together that I can try and run this. Turn that on. Yep, that works. Light works. Light switch works. I'm all greasy again. So here's the current sad state of the bobbin. I'm just gonna try and cut all that thread off. So I've been working on just cutting the thread off this bobbin for that long, and I'm still not all the way to the bottom. There's so much thread on here. And it's just all sort of tangled in each other, so I've never seen a bobbin loaded with multiple threads. Again, I'm not a sewing person. You know, I use a sewing machine from time to time, so maybe that's a common thing you do. It just seems like a bad idea. Almost there. Okay, I now have a mostly clean bobbin. I need some thread. And for today's sewing experiments, we have some green felt scraps and royal blue, I'm guessing, string? Thread, sorry. Okay, let's see if I can remember how you do this. I think you go through that eyelet and back, if I remember right. Yes, it's been a while since I've wound a bobbin. It goes like that. Now, I'm not going to fill the bobbin. That's good. Because I just want to test this. I will not be keeping this one. If it works, it's going on to a new owner. Assuming I get the next one fixed. And leave you in suspense as to what the next one is. Okay. And now I have to cheat and get my sewing machine manual. I can never remember the exact path to thread these things. Okay. Thread goes out the door. Okay, there's a little hole right there, so bobbin goes in like that. Soon the thread just goes like so. Would be my guess. I don't know. So on my sewing machine, I gotta put all the parts back in. This is also the power switch, not just the light switch, which is kind of interesting. I might be advanced. Okay, it goes towards me. Oh, that might be right. Well, we'll find out the hard way. Okay, there's fully raised. This goes on top. The bobbin falls out the bottom like they do. Okay. So this is what I don't know on this machine. Do I need to wring this out the top? Or can I just let it sit like that? Okay. Goes through this. Under that. Under that. Down around that guy. That's quite stiff. Through the eye. Back down through this clip. Through that clip. Oh, I already screwed up. So it goes up and back like that. Through here. Through there. Through this clip. There should be a guide on the needle. There it is. And then needle front to back. Can I thread the needle? Oh, got it. Okay. Time to go for broke. Will it sew? Got some scraps. Put them under the foot. Drop the foot. Turn it on. Well, I don't know if it's sewed yet, but I definitely made a mess out of it. I'm going to say no. So the top did sew through. Is there 2 strings in here? 1 string. Nope, the bottom did not sew. And I'm going to set this back to standard stitch. Okay. So 2 possibilities. Timing's off. Or I didn't thread it correctly. I'm going for timing. Yeah, because the bobbin keeps getting sort of wound up on itself. And that time I actually broke the string. Boogers. Still searching. Okay, this PC doesn't have enough horsepower. Go watch a video on a different PC and be back. Okay, yay internets. I know what to look for now. So I'm going to take this out. Don't need that right now. Unfortunately, I unthreaded this whole mess. So I need some. Ugh. So there's my temporary. I said on the downstroke, come into the well, which it does, and then on the upstroke, yeah, my timing is off by, God, what would I say that is? About 3 teeth. It just barely misses it. Okay. In we go again. Got it. Okay. Let's see if I can get that adjusted correctly. So I need my handy dandy Allen wrench. Back off that screw. Screw all the way out so I can see where my marks are on the shaft. Oh, I gotta take all this back apart. Makes me a bit sad. Can I get in there? Maybe? So, one option would be leave the teeth where they're at and just adjust the timings. I don't have good access to the set screws on the crown gear, so I can't just reclock this with respect to the crown gear. And if I reclock, I don't even know what you'd call the other one, the half pinion, maybe. The fear is it actually runs into the casting, so I'm thinking that's just a bad idea as well. So I'm going to do it the hard way. Pull all this back apart and slide the shaft out, reclock this, and play with it until I get it right, I guess. Like I said, I need to move it not much. So where's the needle? I need to move it about that much forward, which is literally like 1 tooth back. I'm off by a tooth. Take the border off. So, if you're going to do something like this, and you have to remove your gears, or your shafts from your gears, put a little dot of paint or a scribe mark on 2 teeth that line up. Don't be dumb like me. Where are the other 2 screws? connected. And I'm just going to work this out. This one. That's out. Nope, quite out. Speaking of which, take the sharp pokey bits out. How can I mark? So currently it is starting on that tooth right there. I want to move it one tooth back. Really? What am I binding up on? Okay, got the head off. Okay, I just rotated it one tooth. Back in. Okay. Still my drift over here? I do not. The motor parts totally want to sit right in the way. Okay, shaft's back in. Now it's time to reclock gear to the shaft. I'm using the original marks. Okay. I've advanced it one tooth from where it was, and I'm just going to snug up the bolts right now, not really tighten them. I may have to do this again. Okay. I'm just going to drop that on the floor. It's just an irreplaceable screw at this point. No big deal. Temporarily reconnect these two parts. And drop this assembly back in. Let's see where I'm at. Oh, and it grabs it. It did it. So there's some tension on this. It wasn't flipped. It totally worked. Totally worked. I think. Okay, we'll pull that out the back. Put some tension on it, as if it was sewing through something. We come down. Start to come back up. It grabs the string. It goes around the bobbin, and let's go. I think that has it. At most, I need to go one more tooth forward. I don't think I do. It's right there. No, another tooth forward would, I think, would have it too advanced. Maybe not. Well, only one way to find out. Put everything back together again. It's really Humpty Dumpty. I need to spin that bushing. No. I'm just going to leave it there. So this particular model of machine, all metal gears and connecting rods. The only real plastic part I saw in the drivetrain is this clutch assembly and the cams for the stitch widget. Everything else seems to be metal. Ooh, might not have to take the top off. Nice. Oh no, the sticker came off. To deal with that. Oh, before I put that back together, I need to fix this. Yeah, that was an uh-oh. Oh, the screw was just tightening itself. It was jamming up again. I forgot I didn't lock nut this. And it was tightening itself on the downstroke and causing the whole unit to jam up. So yeah, lock nut, really important. Some oil on that. So there's tight. Back off about a quarter turn. Eighth of a turn from tight. When I say tight, I mean like touching. Thread my lock nut back on. Eighth of a turn back. Try that. Okay, that works. Belt is back on the pulley. Belt is on the motor. Can I get it screwed back together without making a hell of a mess out of it? There's one motor screw. Next up, the electrical connector assembly needs to go back on. Which I foresee a lot of dropping screws in my future. Tighten the set screws in there, I do believe. I'm going to take that plate off and double check that, because if those set screws are loose, this is going to work for a short while and then just sort of bugger off. Right now it's really easy to get back to. Set screw number 1. Tight. Set screw number 2 is tight. I think I'm good. This. Yeah, I think I got it. Like I said, if I don't got it, it's one more tooth. rewinding the bobbin a bit. Or just making a mess out of the bobbin. Never mind. I'm going straight for plan B. Just cut it off. Okay, there's the bobbin. Throw the bobbin right in there like that. Tip this up. Spool of thread. Oh, power. Power! Need more power! Okay, that's good. And round, up, and over the loop. Through the hole. Back through that. Back through that. Around that. Got a fresh end. Front to rear on the threading. It does make a difference. So that's threaded. We have power. We have scraps of felt. I'm in a straight stitch, 0 setting. And let's see what it does this time. Good sign it's not jamming. Both strings are there. Ho ho ho! Stitches are even evenly balanced, and they did pull the material tight. This one's fixed once I put the bottom back together. So, no weird squeaks, clanks, blanks, or anything else. So, oh, I missed. So yeah, we get it put back together and we'll try it one last time. And I'm not going to unthread it, which might be my downfall. We'll see. Okay. First piece to go on is the little plastic power shield. And there is a screw with a flat-headed washer that goes way down in there. Got 2 screws left over. Oh, they're for the bottom plate. I'm good. I was going like, where did these last 2 screws go? I do know where they go. Again, don't over tighten. You split the plastic at this point. Yep, that'd be the end of it. Put the little rubber bit back in. Support foot back in. The bottom plate goes on. It is quite wonky. now it sits square. Ish. Little extension cable. Don't need those anymore. Okay, let's try it again. I got 2 strings again. Second stitch, nice and tight, close together. That's mostly because of my stitch settings, and they don't pull apart. This one is fixed. Now on to the next one. Just clean up real quick. Oh, the label came off. So this is unfortunate. Oh. It is not the model number label, it's the other label. But the glue on the back of it is no more. Like, not just like not a little sticky, like completely not sticky anymore. So I'm going to clean up my oily fingerprints here. And the back of this label. It's a foil label, so the good news is the print should stay put. And then I'm just going to take some double stick tape, I think, and put that on the back of it and just stick her down. Stick tape. Oh, that one's not open. I had a roll open. Huh. Apparently I do not. Oh, there it is. So this is just standard arts and crafts double-sided tape. Again, I'm not going for like new here, I'm just going for the label doesn't get lost. Not perfect, but it is now a part of the machine again. Not to blow off and disappear in the first gust of wind. Man, I got oil everywhere. So other than cleaning up my oily handprints and other random schmoo, this machine is done. I didn't go through all the levers and bobs, but based on what I saw inside, I don't expect any problems with them. Things were pretty well behaved inside of this, with the exception of that lower shaft. Everything else was greased and oiled, or was freely moving before I even started greasing and re-oiling stuff, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to make this available to the locals. See if anyone needs a sewing machine now that it's fixed. And hopefully someone will be happy to have it, and it's not going to a landfill anymore. And it kept me from spending any more money on a Saturday? Today's Saturday? Saturday afternoon. Sunday. It's Sunday. Man, this coronavirus is really messing with my weekdays. I've been working from home, so yeah. This guy is the foot pressure adjust, I do believe. How does that work? Looks like it has two settings, heavy and light. Now, someone can scour the internet for manuals to figure that part out. Let me go swap this for the next one. Okay, here's the next one. It is significantly heavier. It's a chainsaw. This is a Husqvarna. And this particular machine was my grandmother's. When she passed away, I inherited it. But at the time, it had known issues. So that's probably part of the reason why I got it. It's even got string. So this is the cam plug I was talking about. So you get different ones of these for different stitches, and it just plugs in. First known problem, the handle's broken. My mom also has one of these, and she stole the handle because hers broke. But for what I'm doing right now, I can do it manually. And it does work. Somewhat. It's not completely seized up. This one might be okay. The only thing I can think of off the top of my head is it's gummed up, and that's the problem. There is the widget for that. Take that off right now. Okay, for my uses, I'm going to call that good and just order a new handle. This is way more of a sewing machine than I need or deserve, but it's a nice machine, and there's a bit of sentimental to it since it was Grandma's. In theory, these need no lubrication. I think this is the model that claimed that. In reality, that just means when the glue finally dries up, it's a royal pain to fix. protective wrap, remove and discard. That sticker has probably been on there since it was new. It was supposed to be removed at that time. Grandma. So I need to either 3D print or buy a new knob. I do have one of the two wings, so there was two wings in these pockets that then clipped over the end of the shaft to hold the knob in. Sort of like so. And yeah, they're just busted off. The whole thing fell apart. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to do anything to this. It's working. I don't know what that little peg's for. I do need to find a manual for it, which shouldn't be hard. Print that out. Because again, I am not a sewing guy, so every time I need to go fix something, I need the manual to figure out how to thread it. There's something back in that corner holding this on. It's not that. Where is it? Ooh, belt driven. Well, maybe it is that screw. That. God, I just don't want to break anything. Screws at the bottom, maybe? Probably worth a check. No, not really. Oh, there's a screw underneath that. Just couldn't see it. Yeah, glad I didn't rip it off. I know I just got done saying I'm not going to do anything to this. And apparently I've changed my mind and I am doing something with it. So right now I'm just sort of looking through the works. See if anything needs to be done. Just because I know that some of these had problems with the oil drying out. So if this is one of those models, I'm hoping a little TLC now will save me pain later. This is attached underneath. Oh, the light's up underneath the neck. Interesting. Well, it's missing at least one screw. Oh, no, no screw there. There's a screw there. Access plate on the bottom here, and what's that say? That's just the patent plate. So there you can see how the wheel just goes onto dogs and the clips would go in there, so that should be an easy part to find and replace. It's interesting, the lower motion and the upper motion are synced by a cog to belt. It's kind of interesting. Works are a little stiff. Let's put some oil in the main bearings. Grease that I can get to and see is starting to seize up. So in theory this should be all torn down and redone. One of those where it's just like that'd be a metric ton of work. And for how little I'm going to use it, I don't think it's worth screwing with at this time. I'm going to oil what I can get to. And leave the full teardown for another day. under. Is this base removable? If I remove the base, would it give me access to anything new? The answer looks like a no. So I'm not going to try and remove the base. Ooh, plastic gears in there. Not exactly sure what that's for. There's a gear. Oh, it's for that guy. Okay. That's the gear train to do the high-speed bobbin wind. They're plastic, which is surprising. So there's plastic gears in this guy. There's random buttons. There's the bobbin door. Oh, that looks familiar. Yep. So we have to dismantle that whole thing, and to get that off, there's got to be... Oh yeah, there's screws behind there. Yeah, that looks like major pain. Not just a little pain, but major. So I'm going to oil what I can see. And I may have just tied a knot in the machine from running it. Oh, now it's sewing. Okay. Actually, I'm going to take the bobbin out. Or attempt to. High voltage. I don't know what this... Oh! Nice. Toothbrush. Just do it like that. Probably take that screw and then this part comes off, maybe? So what I'm trying to figure out is there an easy way for me to get into the lower half of the machine to lube it quick? And that is indeed how that comes out. I gotta take the presser foot, the lower foot assembly off to do it. Where's that stubby screwdriver? Oh, those are tight. Ta-da! Cool. Not break that off. So there you can see the lower half of the mechanism. Again, we got bits that rock. They look in pretty good shape. Get all dust bunnies out of this side. Drops of oil in here. If you notice, instead of a rocking motion on this one, this is a continuous rotation. Rotation is the right word. I don't think that guy comes out easily. There's the rest of the gear train. Oh, check this out. There's thread. Must have gotten the gear somehow at some point. And it's all twisted around the shaft. So, kind of glad I opened it up. And this isn't enough to cause issues yet, but good to get it out of there. And I'm going to lube both sides of that. This is a nylon gear, so I'm not going to do a thing to it. I will oil that. So I'm just lubing all the major points for the main shaft. Various bits rotate. Okay, that's this grease. That grease is still greasy. So I'm not going to do anything to it. Again, I have a steel gear, worm gear here running on a nylon gear back there, so I don't want to willy-nilly throw lubricants on it and have it break out because of incompatibilities. Now, after doing all that, did I loosen anything up? Maybe a little. Not really, but I feel better. Especially since my plan is I'm going to probably give up my current sewing machine and keep this one. I'll make sure it's just, there's nothing major I need to worry about on it. Ever wondered why sewing machine oil cans come with really long, flexible, weird hoses? This is why. There is no way I could get down to this part with anything else with the way this is put together. Well, with that, I think I'm going to call this one good and just put her back together. Now these look like they hook on something, but there's no hooks on the back. So maybe a different model it just snaps on and this one screws on. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, I mean, they got them in multiple spots. So that one, I mean, there's spots where it looks like clips would have gone, but there's no clips. Unless whoever repaired this worked on this last, which was Billy's Sewing Center back on 8/82. So we know in 82 this thing existed. Made in Sweden. But beyond that, I couldn't tell you what the age of it is. I didn't see any stickers, manufacturing date stickers on it. The Model 600. A bunch of patent numbers. Okay, let's see if I can get this thing back together again. Since I have it this way, I might as well put this on. Oh, the other interesting thing is, again, this is 82. There's all of its electronics. So we got, not sure what that is. Might be a choke, it might be a resistor. We definitely got a resistor. I'm guessing these are 3 resistors. Brown, black, green. Silver's 5%. I mean, they're old. I can tell by the thing. There is one of these film capacitors. These are known to explode, or not explode, but to crack over time and internally short out. So my guess is at some point I'm going to have to replace that. But that's just armature. I'm guessing that is a snubber for armature noise. This is a universal motor. What that means is it'll run on AC or DC, but typically the field and the armature are separate. So let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. There's a starter cap. There's a cap back there. There's your armature. There's your field. Oh, that's interesting. Lead tough. I'm trying to read what's on this cap. Okay, it's a feed-through capacitor. So there's 2 terminals on both ends. So I don't know if that means it's 2 caps in one. But it says TV, FM, AM lead-through interface suppressor. So yeah, it's not a starter cap, it's just to pop out noise. 0.1 plus 0.2, it says 0,1 x in parentheses plus 2x 0.02 UFY. Oh, there's an X cap and 2 Y caps. Okay, that makes sense. There's a little diagram on the bottom. But still, it's kind of lead through, not lead. Jensen capacitors. So yep, that's just a universal AC/DC motor with lots of noise suppression. It's a good sign. It's good sign. It's good shape. The windings haven't browned. Armature looks okay. I mean, it's a little dirty, but I'm not going to pull it apart and clean it. Everything, brushes aren't cracked. Oh, put the back on. back. Goes back on like so. Spring loaded to prevent rattling. Got some really interesting triple slotted screws. Make it look fancy is my guess. Together. This is the not cog wheel, cam wheel. So depending which stitch you want to do, you put a different one of these in. I just have the one, and I probably just need the one because it has. No, it doesn't. It has straight stitches. Zigzag. Yeah. And here's the various stitches it came with. So someday I probably need to find B through F if I want a complete set for it. It looks like B has what looks like just a standard zigzag stitch. That would be kind of nice. The fancier stitches, I don't think I really have a use for them. I'm just playing with all the knobs to make sure none of them are bound. It'd be much easier to fix that now. Ooh, 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 ooh. This one is sticky. Now, the question is why? Like I said, now's a good time to find that out before I reassemble everything. I'm pretty sure I'm done with this part, so I'm going to put it back on, which is super duper easy. It's that piece and the screw that I just misplaced. There it is. Nope. Do not want to cross-thread things. Okay, that started. That is on. I'm going to go Goo Gone this off real quick. Well, it's not perfectly clean, but it's a lot better than it was. That goes in like so, I think. just pop in. I'm doing something wrong. Clip on one side, pull on the other. There it goes. Just a tight fit. And I just drop the bobbin out. This guy has a similar design to the other one I just fixed. Put the bobbin in the carrier, and then it comes out a little slot and gets held in place. So I'm going to plop that back in here. Having fingernails really helps. Okay, that's in. Probably could put the end. Nope, I can't put the end cap on yet because I want to take the back off again. Figure out what is going on with that one knob. Everything's working well, except for this knob right here. Was this not a push or a pull? Let's see if I can remove the knob. These all are silky smooth. This one's jammed. I don't see any reason for it to be jammed. They got little, instead of molded flats in there, there's actually a crossbar, which is interesting. So to get this apart, I have to pop. Ooh, he's a bit gooey. Okay, that's all apart. And he's a bit stickly. So I'm wondering if it's just the grease on the shaft is the cause of the issues. Man, I don't think that's it. Oh, there's a spring down the center. A really long spring down the center. Good to know. What that is for, I do not know. Make it entertaining, to say the least, to get back together again. Put the screw in just for now. Oh, the spring came out because I pulled the cross pin out. I'm just marring up that shaft. I've done all I can do there. This was on this way. Let me find a small punch. So what I'm trying to do here is that spring was held in by that cross pin. So when I pulled the cross pin out, the spring came out. And so now I got a sprung spring. Keeping the cross pin from going back into place. Okay, that's back together. Excellent. So that whole assembly is located behind this assembly. Oh man. This may go poorly. I don't see any other way to attack this at this moment. Oh, that did loosen up some of it. I think that just loosened this full assembly. There's all sorts of little adjustments. This adjusts this hook assembly, which that's probably the follower for the cam. Yes, it is. This is likely what pulls this over to engage the cam. Can I lift this whole assembly out of here? There's the light. Let's see if there's an easy way to the light is part of this assembly. Oh, I don't think I want to go there. What I really want to do is just pull off enough layers to find where that mechanism for that knob is and grease it. I think there's probably just something in here that needs some grease, and then it'll be righty tighty lefty loosey again. That's starting to. This is the selector. Pump some oil in there. See some gears down there. Like I said, the grease on here was pretty crusty. So I'm likely just fighting crusty grease. The good news is the grease on grease, oil, whatever on this shaft is still good. Working as expected. The only one that's not working is this knob. Well, it's already freer than it was. Blue. So, green, purple. Green, 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 purple. Okay. Red, orange. Red, 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 orange. Yellow is on all of them. Blue is on all of them. Oh, there's the standard zigzag. There's a standard straight. I don't know what that one is, to be honest. But I can move the knob now, which I couldn't before. So I'm just gonna squirt some more lube in here. trying to look down in here and see what slides on what. Get that coated with oil. Needless to say, that's, ouch, pretty hard to do. Any way you look at it. I don't think I need this knob dismantled anymore. I have a sufficient amount of glue oil in there. That knob on square. What did I do with the screw? Who knows? There it is. Oh, Sweden, model 6440, which is interesting because this is the model 600, so maybe that's the base, and it's 6,440 is the particular flavor of this one. Still really stiff, but it is moving now, which is better than it was. So that pin there moves it in and out. I wonder, can I get that pin out? Ooh. That is not a screw. That was some sort of adjustment that I just boogered. Probably sets the tilt for the advanced modes. I seem to remember it was something like that. I want to get this pin out, clean it and grease it, assuming that's part of my problem, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't think that's supposed to be worked out like that. Oh, is that part broken? Oh no. I think I got a broken part. This bottom, this lowermost cam looks like it's split right there. So the question is that something that's easily removable? Or does that dismantle the whole thing to get to it? There was that clip, but I think that clip just holds these guys in. Yeah, he's broken. Right there's a piece of broken plastic. It's part of this assembly, but I have no idea what holds it in place. It slides up and down on that shaft. Fudge buckets. This bolt holds the whole unit in. And that does not. That makes this whole thing loose. This there's so much going on in here. I may need to internet some more. And that even seems to be assembled to it. Somehow this unit comes out. Hopefully that somehow doesn't involve this unit coming out. Now, maybe that this knob, since I reassembled it, is part of the reason why it's not sliding out. Let's pop that out. And I have no idea if I can even get parts for this anymore, so this might be, yep, get it all apart, yep, it's broken, yep, I can't get parts, yep, it's done. But Husqvarna is a pretty well-known name, so I'm hoping I can still get parts for it. Okay, I got that out. This knob is not hooked to that assembly. That's just a adjustment stop pin. I'm not going to screw with him. That screw there hooks that. This is stainless steel. That's why it's so heavy. Or not stainless steel, steel, cast iron. Okay, that frees that up. Okay, part of the lever goes to a bracket that heads off down into the guts of the machine. That's adjustment 2. So this bracket here hooks to that. Is that just spring loaded? That is spring loaded, so I think I can get this out with some work without having to disconnect it. That's such a bummer. That right there is what's broken. I'm gonna go do some search. Maybe I'll get lucky. $64.40. I don't know if I can get parts, but I found a service manual. So, this one doesn't exactly look like the pictures in the service manual, but I'm going to go with what's in there for now. First, put this part back in because supposedly I don't need to remove it. Ugh. That totally buggered things. Well, I'll remember to put that back in later. So it says to pull this clip, and these like to go to Mach 7, so be very careful not to lose that. It says to remove this bolt. Before it says to do that, it says remove the light bulb and light bulb housing, which I'm guessing is on this side, and the knob, which I already did. Okay. Bulb is out. Oh, one screw in that whole thing pops apart. Is there anything else I can pull apart at this time? Don't think so. Just to pull this out. Do put that into this tray. Now there's supposedly a clip way up here. This arm goes way, way, way back there. I'm wondering if I have the wrong service manual. Or I just do that. Any of these knobs, oh, that knob does. It said put it in buttonhole. That's buttonhole. Position 2. Okay. Aha. Now there's some electrical wiring. Some springs I need to be aware of, it says. Nice to get. This assembly is supposed to lift off. It does not lift off at the moment. Oh. I just lost a bit. I need a pair of pliers. So this bit here slides in that bit there and just lives in that slot. So I'm going to set that off to the side. and this grease is just all dried out. Like, so dry. Not funny dry. Okay, and that loosened all that up. Still mostly free. Okay, I just disengaged the connection back here. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. Forward progress. Now it said to be aware of this spring. Okay, I see the spring. It hooks. So the wiring and the spring go on the bottom. Oh, I didn't notice where it hooked down here. Damn it. So when I wiggled this out, the bottom end unhooked, and I don't have a clue at the moment where that hooked to. So I will have to figure that out at some point. Darn. I was looking at the wrong spot. Okay. That is all out and free. So I'm going to tip that up. Slide that forward. Get another paper towel. I thought I was done for the night. I am not. First things first, try and clean this up. So these ports were lubricated with grease. I'm using oil to try and cut the grease because the grease is now cement. I mean, consistency of dried white glue, I'd say. It's the closest comparison I've got at the moment. So similar to the last sewing machine, I'm just putting the parts together and sort of rubbing them around until, oh, yeah, that was not doing that before. Okay. Under that was a little bevel washer, which is also covered in crud. Where'd my wire brush go? So I'm guessing this is what was actually wrong with this sewing machine. Was the stitch selector was probably jammed in some not so useful stitch. Oh, so much better. And it ended up with me instead of one of my other relatives who do so. And so quite a bit. So where's the knob? There's the knob. So the knob just so much, I want to say cranky grease. I'm actually going to go wash my hands quick and take a bunch of pictures. because I'm going to need to dismantle this quite a bit more. And these pictures might be my saving grace when I go to put it back together. So even though this part is not a problem, since I've already taken it partly apart, might as well finish the job off and clean it. So this assembly here, take a picture of that so I remember how it goes together. This is one of the followers. Apart like so. Clean the schmoo off all the parts. De-schmoo. Schmoo. De-schmoo. And this little screw right here is just an eccentric adjustment for something, and there is a whole ton of instructions in the service manual. Like the first, oh god, 20-30 pages were just adjusting the various stitch and alignment and whatnot. So getting this thing realigned when I'm done shouldn't be an issue. I got the instructions, no guessing needed. So let's see. Oh, that that is gooey. Yeah, I mean, so, for example, that's grease. It should not become flaky. Flaky is not a good state for grease. There is a flat on there, so alignment should not be an issue. So solid. So I don't think I want to, I mean, for a little bit of use I'm going to use on this, oil's probably be fine, as long as I go in and re-oil it every once in a while. But obviously it was meant to run with grease. Looks like a white lithium from the remnants on the various parts. So I'm probably going to have to order a tube of whatever the secret special sauce lithium grease is that Husqvarna uses. To re-grease all these parts when I put it back together for the final time. Right now, oil. Lots and lots and lots of oil. That was an excessive amount of oil. But there you can see I'm guessing all the main bearings and everything else have the same grease on them. But for whatever... Oh, there's some choice words. So, I'm under my bench where you can't see right now, I have a large pile of cutoffs, metal cutoffs. And that little lever, which is nigh irreplaceable, bound it off into said pile. So now I'm going to slowly pick through said pile, looking for said piece. Oh, I might get lucky. Until it's evicted from said pile. Oh, I lucked out. It'd fallen through the pile, but to a spot I could actually see and reach. Otherwise, that could have been a large amount of time spent picking through the pile, looking for a little part. Okay, that's clean enough. Just getting a little fresh oil in there. It goes from very tight to, yeah, how it should be. So yeah, definitely the grease is shot. At least on this assembly. Now why the rest of it isn't so bad, I can't tell you. So while I'm here, I'm going to reassemble this doodad. Should not be that hard. So it's 3 plates with little shoulder screws between them. Everything is nice and oily. All the old grease is removed. Using a good screwdriver with a sharp blade. And run a greasy Q-tip through here. Fresh oil. So this guy went out. This guy goes in. This is not a screw, this is another adjustment. There's adjustments everywhere. But, oh, so much better. Okay, what's the next piece to take apart? Okay, I'm going to try and get the spring out of here. Okay, I got that out. Which then lets that come off. Again, it is coated in crusty old grease. So just clean that off real quick. Same thing with the spring. Spring-a-ma-thing. Where to next? Man, there's just... I'm going to take this off. Just because it's kind of in the way. So move that to there. So parts are sort of in order of removal. So when I put it back together, I sort of do them about the same order. These clips are one-time use. So I don't want to pull them off if I don't have to. But that assembly is seized up. Let's try and get this assembly off first. Found out what was spring loaded with that spring out the front. And that frees up that. There's a little metal key in the side. Gotta make sure I don't lose that. There's my really pokey bit. There's the spring, put that with that. Before I go any farther, yeah, these are all just coated in old shitty grease. So there's a steel insert with a Delrin outer. Yeah, that piece is broken. So I need a new one of those, or repair that one. But before I go there, let's continue on with dismantling this mess. That's not seized, but boy, that's really stiff. Got this thing. That's pulling this out. This whole assembly spins a lot easier. Look at the grease. So I need to try and remove this clip right here. And if you thought E-clips were bad, you haven't met these. So there's a special. Oh, I wonder if there might be a better way. If I can get this twisted around to where I can get at it, like so, then I wonder. Anyone has a good set of, oh God, what are they called? Snap ring pliers, internal, external snap ring pliers. Please let me know. I have not found a set I like. God, that's on there good. Oh. So these little clips aren't really spring clips. I think they're just deformable. But it's what's on here, so that's what I got to deal with. Can this slide off? So there's a whole bunch of just what hooks to what. Oh, that goes with that, like so. This is all button parts, or knob parts I should say. Let's push that pin out. Then tray. This is stamped steel, not stamped aluminum. Now the question is, will this... No, that piece is on top of it, so that does not come out yet. this is the next piece to come off. Or this. Yeah, that comes off. This should not be this hard. Oh. Yeah, that surface is just, it's sticky. Not only is it not greasy, but it's sticky. Ugh. That shaft is pushed into the base bracket, so that's not coming out. There's a little metal key pushed in the side. This grease is in good shape. So the grease between the gear, the steel gear, and this gear was fine. I don't know if it was just re-greased at some point, and the rest of this wasn't, because holy cow, it's a pain in the butt to get to, or what was going on. Right now, I'm going to fill that full of mineral oil, or sewing machine oil, and try not to grind things too much. So what I'm trying to do here is just spread the oil over the existing grease on here to sort of soften it up so I can clean it off. So I don't know how to get... Okay, that slides up and down in that piece. Oh, I lost my pin out, so now I can't spin that. Hold that like that. That looks like a two-piece part, but I don't see how to get it apart. There's a split right there, but I don't want to force it. I don't want to force any of this. Okay, that's nearly to the top of its travel. You know what? I wonder if that does just pop out. Oh, that's right, I need to get this apart first. There's definitely an order of operations to getting this thing apart, and I'm trying to figure that out as I go, with the help of lots and lots of oil. So my guess is, had I run this as it was, probably would sew fine, but it probably would not do any of the advanced needle functions. That's probably the wrong term, but you know, zigzags and stitching. You know, there's a good chance a straight stitch would work, but everything else would have been dead. God, this is so... Oh, look at that now. Before I could barely turn it or slide it. Yeah, that grease is shot. So, good thing I took it apart and investigated that knob, because it was bad and it was just going to get worse. And that's probably why that cam broke, is some of the levers that ride on it were probably seized up. It tried to run and push the cams, which it couldn't because they were full of hardened grease, and the weakest piece went, which was that part. Now that said, I wonder how many more of these are out there that have the exact same part broken, and are there replacements? I don't think 3D printing is going to save me here, but never say never. Especially with my light use. Now it looks like there's a crack. Sorry, crack's the wrong word. A joint right there. It's hard to tell. It's either a ring of dirt or a joint in the part. Not sure which. Ring? Nope, it's a ring of dirt. I just hit it with the tip of this guy and it came right off. There's actually a line of dried, crusted grease halfway up this part, probably where it lines up with those little grooves. And oh my, it is nasty. I will be probably doing this for a while at some point in the future, but I'm going to knock off all the big chunks right now. A bit of oil. One suggestion that someone had for one of these when it's fully locked up, like everything's locked up, is basically warm the whole thing up. You gotta be careful because of that cogged belt. If you get that too warm, I just noticed something. Okay, this assembly goes underneath all the other assemblies. Oh, this thing is... There's an amazing amount of stuff in here, but oh my god, there's an amazing amount of stuff in here. There's a little metal shim wheelie thing. So we got a shim that holds a little wheel onto a little bracket. And it's encrusted in dried up grease. So let me do a little degreasing mechanically. You know, I could throw these into a parts cleaner full of degreaser, but part of the problem with that, especially on cast iron, not that this is cast iron, as it gets into the pores of the part, it doesn't really come out. So when you re-grease it, it attacks the grease again. So I'm trying to avoid that if I can help it. So far I've been able to get to most of the parts, so I haven't needed it. Okay, here's a part that if I drop it, it's never going to be seen again. Just a little steel wheel, looks like. So let's put a drop of oil. Oil, oil, oil. Put that back on before I lose it. Give it a spin. Flip it over, give it a spin. Oh, there's so much caked on dried, nasty, old grease. Clean. And this, so that goes on just like that, and all it does is holds that wheel in place. Kind of a cool way of doing it. Okay, I'm gonna flood these surfaces with oil, get everything nice and oily so it doesn't rust, because that would suck. Set that whole assembly right there. Okay. There's a giant catch-22 going on here. So these two are definitely adjusting nuts, so I really don't want to move them, but I have to, because this one's on top of the screw, which I need to remove this, which is on top of the lower half of this assembly. Maybe I can get the screw out like that. And that screw is in there good. Oh. Oh, it's a really short screw. Nice. Well, it's one of two things. Either a really short screw, or I snapped it off. I'd say either is technically possible at this point in time. Okay, let's see if I can get this assembly to move up just a little bit. Really short screw for the win. Okay. So now that that is off, I think I can push. Yep, I can push this shaft out. Oh, don't have to push that shaft out. This is coming off. If I get to a certain point, right about there, where this is captive. Oh, there it goes. Maybe. It is captive on that shaft. My earlier attempts to free it left some scars, so I'm going to take those off before I do anything else. Okay. Got that cleaned off. More oil. Everything needs more oil. Haha. I think I got it. At least it's moving. Well, it moved a bit. It stopped again. Is it a burr? Is it a plane? I don't know. Oh, shoot. I just pushed up on that, bent it. Oh, interesting. So this gear is pinned into that gear, so I need this to come off with that as one big unit. And he's the one that's stuck. So I do that. Oh! It is apart. Okay, let's see if I can... align these parts somewhat. Someone's texting me. And with that, I'm going to throw some grease on everything and then take a break. So the grease, or the oil, throw some oil on the old grease. It does seem to work as a solvent on it and loosen things up. So I'm going to give that a chance to work some magic. Again, it's the grease is just sticky. You know, not just dried, but sticky. Ugh. I really sort of do want to just throw all these parts in a parts cleaner. Big vat of oil, degreaser, something. But alas, I'll do it the hard way. Which will hopefully have a better end result. Oh, that one came out black. Good news is I didn't have to move any of the adjustment screws. So in theory, this thing's ready to go back together. It should still stitch the same way as when I took it apart. I wonder what this part's called. It definitely looks split right there. Now, there was a little snap ring. So this is steel. This is Delrin. I wonder if I can buy just the Delrin piece. I'll have to go do some searching. Piece of cake, only 2 pieces to put together, right? Okay. have some good news. I know what the widget is. This is a cam stack gear. I even have a part number for it. And this little bugger, quick search, 42 bucks. Definitely busted. So, speaking of all that, yeah, there's that clip. Don't want to lose the little clip that goes with it. So, I need a new one of those. But the rest of this, I think I can salvage, thankfully. Oh, so nasty. I'm seriously thinking about just throwing this all in parts cleaner, saying the hell to it, because it's just seriously so gummed up. Like there, that was hard to get off, hard to get on the second time, and the third time, look, I couldn't do that before. It's just like a little mechanical action and some oil, and all this stuff is just cleaning right up. Or significantly better than it was. Oh, so this guy wasn't a ring clip. He just clamps on that shaft. Oh, that's gonna kind of suck to get back together. Things I learned today. Oh, just so. If anyone's ever had a machine like this repaired and it cost an arm and a leg, man, I think you got off cheap. The only way this is coming off is mechanical scraping and manual cleaning. Now, for all I know, there's some trick where you just take the whole machine and dump it in a vat of goo, and it cleans all this out, and then they just quick re-oil it, grease it, whatever. But it sure doesn't seem like the case right now. Okay, so this goes back in there. Yep, it's nice and sticky to start with. Do that a few times. Add a little more fresh oil. Smear it around. And voila. It's like 100 times better than it was. Apparently there's timing marks on these gears. Thank God, because again, I forgot to mark them when I was taking it apart. I'm just being a goof. Okay, the inside of these two aren't too bad. That one is greatly improved now. I'd say that one's probably as good as it's going to get. That one, oh, it's a little tight. Okay, that's clean. I should probably go look up and see what kind of grease to use on this. If it's a special 7 herbs and sauces type of grease, I'm going to have to order it. In which case this is going to sit in pieces on my bench. I'll probably semi-assemble it until said grease gets here and I can get it put on, because that's the only way I'm going to get to these shafts. But if it's like a standard white lithium grease, I got that. I can just go out to the garage, grab my can. Actually, this is probably white lithium grease. Yep, lithium grease. In which case, then I can reassemble this tonight. At least up to the point where this guy goes on. But that was near the beginning of the dismantling process, so fair chance I can get most of this reassembled, at least all the bits that I'll potentially forget how they go together. Oh, there's just so much goop. Okay, I'm gonna go check on grease real quick, since that seems to be the next step in this process. Well, went out and took a look, and yeah, about the only thing is Tri-Flow makes a grease, and it has Teflon in it. Apparently not too many people go this deep into a machine, so there's not a whole lot of information on the internet, which is surprising. So it sort of looks like white lithium grease, it sort of smells like white lithium grease, sort of tastes like white lithium grease. I'm going to go with white lithium grease mostly because that's what I have. First, I got to get all the old stuff off. And let me tell you, it is not as fun as it looks. And it does not look fun. This looks like fun to you? Man, where are you right now? Okay, I think I got most of the big chunks off. So I'm going to call this good. Run the clean end of the swab through here. Clean off as much off these shafts as I can. Make sure the bottom's clean. Okay, so this got to go back together in the reverse order from when I took it apart. Sort of started on this end. And just look at that build up. Yeah, this really does look like a white lithium type grease. Stuff exposed to air is kind of yellowish, but not opaque. The stuff that's down against the body of parts of this is a white. Oh, it's in all the teeth. Well, I now know not to do this again. That being said, I think my mom has a similar model. Hopefully newer. So someday I may be doing this again just to clean that one up. But the good news is, the second time, you already know it sucks and what to expect where. That looks so much better. Okay, I'm going with white lithium. Smear that about. Now there's a little molded peg stop right there. So I'm going to smear a little on the inside here, because I know those parts rub. Oh, so smooth and nice now. Okay. So the next assembly to go on is probably this one. He sits down on top. This fits like that. This is where all those timing marks come in. So this is where the fun begins. Trying to get everything lined back up correctly. Because if you have it lined up incorrectly, you could take it all back apart again. First, I gotta pick old, decrepit grease out of gear teeth. And I do mean pick. God, this stuff's... It's amazing I was able to get that knob to move at all. Because this stuff is quite thick and burly. Dentist scaler is definitely the go-to tool for this. Need a really short work of that. And this side, hey, there's an indent. Couldn't even see that before. Part number 4. I wonder if those match up to the numbers in the service manual. So I was able to find, without like any looking at it all, a free download for the service manual. You know, the big manual that tells you how to take the whole thing apart, how to readjust it, all that. But I can't find the frickin' owner's manual. Everyone wants like $4 for a PDF. Really? Okay. Clean off all the excess schmoo. White lithium. Make sure to get all the surfaces nice and coated. Okay, so these two are supposed to line up that, like so. I'm going to put the cross pin in now before I forget. It also helps hold this whole mess together somewhat. Oop, too far. There you go. And that spring comes down and holds the whole works in. Next gear to go in is this guy. Now, this assembly goes on like so. So it's over that bottom one. Okay, I can still keep assembling. I don't gotta worry about that one yet. Oh. So once again, I'm just scraping off old grease. Some of it is really old. Or I should say, it's all equally old, but really crusty. Crusty is a good word for the state of this grease. Let me tell you, you do not want crusty grease. So I think these parts here are either cast zinc or aluminum. I'm guessing they're cast zinc. But I was really happy to find that selector gear, because without that,
this machine would probably be toast. Turned into parts and put on eBay. Well, speaking of the dentist, I was supposed to go to the dentist during lockdown. I have not heard from them. I wonder if they're not back open yet. I probably should give them a call and be like, hey, what's up? See if I get... So I called when it was getting close to my appointment, being like, hey, are you guys still doing this, or what's going on? And the answering machine just said, no, we're not doing this anymore. We'll give you a call once we can reopen. I assume they've reopened, but I don't know that for sure. I'm wondering if I'm just going to have to push my appointment out 6 months and get it on the next cycle, because they're going to have so many people. 2 months worth of backlog. I sort of have my favorite hygienist. Once you find a good one, you sort of want to stick with them. Oh, just throwing the stuff around now. I thought I scraped all that out of that groove. Apparently not. Okay, try that. Looks pretty clean. Okay, so I need to line up those two pegs. I need to grease that surface where it rides and the shaft it goes on. Smear that around. And this guy should just drop in like so. Oh, there's the timing mark they were talking about. So let's get this pointed straight at the shaft. That centered. Like so. Get rid of the little chunk of smoo I picked up. This point's. So there's a little arrow right there. I need to go double check the timing instructions. So I thought you were supposed to line this knob with that gap, but I think that's not the case. I think it's that knob with that arrow with this arrow. And then I don't know where the timing mark is on that assembly. That's the next one to figure out. So then this drops on top and then the clip. Can I still get this on? This is still installable, so we're good there. Let me go look that up in the instruction manual because I remember they talked about that.
Yeah, the instructions do talk about this, and they're very unclear. But it is clear that's the timing mark on that piece. I almost need a new piece of paper towel. That is the timing mark on that piece. What's not clear... Oh, I put the pin back in. Really? There it goes. What's not clear is what is the timing mark on this gear. So I don't see anything on any of the teeth, the other teeth, that could be a timing mark. So I'm assuming it has to be that big blump right there. Okay. This goes back in. There's a tooth with the timing mark right there. So it will go right like so. And this goes... No dirt. Good. Okay. So the next piece to go on is this arm assembly. Clean off as much old grease as I can, just like everything else. Clean out the bore. Clean out around the adjustments. I already cleaned that. Just cleaning the grease off the back side of these parts. In theory, those are not bearing surfaces, but I don't want a chunk of this old grease flaking off and getting jammed somewhere it shouldn't. Okay, so this assembly first. Grease that up good. A little bonus grease. Okay, back to the task. This assembly sits down like so and rides inside of that mechanism down there, which must be some cam. Oh, that's that cam lobe. Okay, I get it now. So I'm gonna throw some grease down in there. Grease this guy like so. And I just dorked up all the timing. So let me get that locked back in place.
Okay. This now goes.
So when this is in the right position around, it pushes this assembly up like that, which then engages, disengages, does something somewhere. Yep, that's about all I know about it. Okay, that's all in. This is driven by the main shaft, so I don't have to do anything with him. But the next part to put on is this messy assembly. This looks like two pieces that are keyed together, but they don't look like they're, at least I can't get them apart. Yeah, it looks like they're pressed together. I'm going to give it a gentle... No. They were probably cast as two parts and then pressed. I don't think they're removable from each other for service. That would have been nice, because it'd make this job a heck of a lot easier. So like everything else, there's a whole bunch of old grease to chip off. And one of these teeth, or somewhere on this part, is a timing mark. Super duper descriptive, I know. But that's what I have to go on. I'm hoping one of the teeth have a little arrow on it, and once I clean off all the old schmoo, it'll be fairly apparent which tooth goes to the rest of them. Oh, I still have barbecue upstairs to eat. I should probably stop at some point here and go eat that. Okay. Blow away the big chunks. Brush away the little chunks to find more big chunks to scrape off. Is that the tiny mark? It might be. Aha! There is a timing mark on that tooth. Success. Okay. Time to grease this up. So, got both the groove, which is probably the most grease dependent part, because that runs the shuttle pin up and down. So give that a good coating. And it will sort of smear itself around as it goes.
Now this, apparently need a new piece of paper towel. It's not old greasy. Goes onto that shaft, which I probably should have greased before I put this together, but oh well. I can still get my finger in there. So that has a smear of grease on it. There's also this slot that needs a smear of grease. That's probably plenty. Just sort of taking the excess that I smeared in there and smearing it around the front surface where it wears, or where it rides. Rides. Same difference. That is for this pin right here, which, you guessed it, is coated in crappy old grease. Oh, it is so thick on this side. This is the side that goes in the slot. I mean, there's like a quarter of the pin's height is just dried up grease. Okay, I think I got all the big bits off. Give it a wipe. Drop it on the floor. Give it a brush. This side's gonna be harder. Yep, that looks good. I'll give it a grease. Okay, so this goes into there like so, and this whole thing sort of just slides on. Ish. I lost track of my timing marks. Okay, there's one. I think I bumped the timing. Stuff comes apart way easier now for some reason. Don't know why. Put some more grease on this. I noticed a dry spot. Take that out. That goes right there, I think. Because none of the teeth have timing marks. That goes right there. That goes right there. Okay, all my timing marks are aligned. This assembly slides on just like that. Where's the timing mark on this? Start this into place. Okay. I think that's it. Oh. Okay, I'm going to temporarily put this screw back in. sort of aligns the whole mechanism and keeps it running. Okay, now I can play with it. So there's the top of the selector. I'm likely a full rotation off. So, take this back out. Do I have to? Or does that whole thing just lift up? Sweet, the whole thing just lifts up. I obviously have something timed wrong. So this all the way down, the mark doesn't line up. If I line the marks up, which is almost all the way up, then I don't get enough rotation on the bottom. So yeah, confusing. So right now I'm at all the way to the end. Oh, this is keyed. Sweet. I think I can figure this out. So this goes in there like that. Right there is where it stopped before. I wonder if that will... There's a stamp mark in the part. I wonder if that's actually the timing mark. So I'll line up one, I'll line up that tooth. Line up that. Okay, that's all together. And this assembly has to go on just because of how this thing fits together. And this guy, where's that mark? There it is. drops in from the top. There it is. My timing marks lined up. Speaking of right pain in the dickers. Okay, I'm all the way to one end stop, and I'm basically past that. I'd say I'm about a tooth off. That's all this whole gear stack really does, is get those two things in alignment. So if I just go... Oh no. That's up against the end stop. I think we're good. Now I'm a tooth off. I'm going to call that good. So now the fun part. There is a plate and a screw. Both small. Both easily lost. Both likely to be lost. That goes and holds that whole gear train assembly together. Good news is, once I get this on, I shouldn't have to take it off again. Pull the grease off. I know which side is down because of grease. Put some new grease on there just to get ready for the new part. Or the new screw. So I can lift. Yeah, this whole assembly goes up and down as a unit. Now I did get this out of there without pulling that other assembly apart. So I assume I can get this in there. getting it in there and timed correctly. I don't want to do this. Ooh. Part I wanted to bend didn't bend. Okay, I got the screw in. Now the question is, can I get it started? The screw is in, the screw is started. That looks about right. That shouldn't be going anywhere. Now this little fork assembly pivots on this point right here and hooks into I don't know what. Oh, it rolls on a cam. Okay, I see where it goes. So first thing I'm going to do is dismantle it and clean off some of the oil so I can replace it with grease. Okay, grease this. Done. That on, smear the grease around, smear a little more grease around, clean this piece, find the pivot screw, drop it on the floor, pick it up off the floor. Okay, so it rubs on that side and this side just to keep it from rusting together. Just clips in there like that. Okay, this whole thing, that fork rides right on there. I'll put some grease out there. Put some grease in the fork. Okay, this whole thing slides in and under there very carefully. Okay. Grease where the screw head goes. That's good. There's a little armatron thing. See if there's any other pieces I can assemble right now that aren't in the way of other things. This guy can definitely go on, but I want to clean the door a little better. Okay. That might be as good as it's going to get. Really can't get down here with a wire brush.
Well, a bottle brush would work, like a nylon one.
But I don't think I have any this size.
So just did a little bit of that.
A little bit of fresh grease. this stuff doesn't attack nylon or whatever this part is made out of. If it does, oh, that will suck so much. So this screw here, I need to remove for now. Come on. Can I not unscrew it all the way? Just like it. There it goes. Because I need to flip. Come on. That way. To slide this piece in. Oh, so much smoother now. And then this would slide on top, but since I got to replace this, I'll leave it out for now. Put this screw back in just to keep this from falling to pieces. Definitely wants to cross thread. No tomorrow. Damn it. There it goes. Okay. Might be easier once the spring's installed. Speaking of spring, I'm going to put this pin back in before I forget yet again. So this spring goes down the bore of where that shaft goes. That all seems to work. Clean and grease these. So much lube. And clean off the oil off of that. Just give a coat of lube on the sides because that's where it rubs on the rest of the thing. Pretty sure that went that way? Yeah. So this went this way. Yeah, there it goes. Tighten that up. Self-registering. This widget goes from there up to there, and this spring is probably the funner part. Goes like that. Yep. Goes like that. Holy cow. That's like mostly back together. Oh, there's indents. It like locks into certain positions. It did not do that before.
That right there alone has probably made all this pain worthwhile. Okay. Well, shoot. I went too far too fast. I need to get this clip on there. So, get the magical indent machine taken back off. I think I can do it without taking that off. So this goes right there. And this is not a C-clip. There's no groove for it to pop into. They call it like a true spring clip or something. Some marking name if I ever heard one before. And it just sort of grabs the out, it's like a C-clip without the grooves. I don't have a clue as to how I'm going to get that back on. There's apparently a special pair of pliers for it, which I obviously don't own. Okay, make life easier on myself. Take that off, take that off. This needs to go on right there. We'll try these ferocious things again. These might actually work if I can get them on. Oh, it's on. It's on! It's not all the way down, but that's definitely on there. Now, take a small socket, just slightly larger. Okay, there's the back. Hot damn! It's on. I got it a bit stiff. I probably can adjust that by giving it a little spin. Yep, that feels good on the whole. Yep, still quite amazing what a difference before and after is. Okay, this piece aligns like so. Gentle finger pressure. Grease to that crevice before I forget, because that's where that one piece rides. Smear it all about.
Grease in the gear teeth. Well, I think that's as far as I can go on this until I get that new part. And the reason being is to get that in, I need to remove this screw, flip this assembly over, tip it in, and to try and do that from inside the machine, I guess it's doable. It just would not be much fun. Damn it. How many times am I going to drop that? But yeah, that's it. Once I get that fixed up, I'm ready to rock and roll. I could put that inside the machine, I bet. Just slide that on and spring. Grease the outside of this. Oh, so much more smooth. Okay, I'm going to try it. I may regret this later. Okay, move all that stuff over. I'm done with those. Those all need to be degreased. I think I'm done with the oil for today. Bigger mess with it. Tip on. Clean that up some more later. Cute little stubby screwdrivers. That's the part that needs to get replaced. That is all knob parts. Just my good tweezers. Oh, that spring. I gotta remember where that spring, figure out where that spring hooks on the bottom. That's the, yep, that little arm. So first things first, this hooks to this stud on the bottom. Got it. Then this looped around like that. This whole mechanism snake inside of here somehow. Yep. Hey. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Okay, let's see what else. So this went down somewhere. This goes up and around like that. Cool. I need to get lever, another lever. Hey, I got him. Nice. And this whole lever assembly. Where's my dental pick? Yep, clean the grease off of that. This needs to go up and into this little groove. One of the modes will make that easier task to accomplish. First, lock this down. So this assembly doesn't move around quite so much. Okay. There's my knob. Don't see how. That's the far end. Oh, that drives this. Ta-da! Oh, cheddar. Cool. And then when I get a new one of these, it slides down right past all of this goop, hopefully. Yep. And then this little groove here is what that piece rides in. So getting that realigned is going to be a real trip. But I think it's doable in the machine. So I can reassemble the knob, not have knob parts all over the place. Make sure that all works still. And for the knob parts, there is the and everything lined up correctly. Almost forgot the spring. Spring to spring. Spring to spring worked. Oh, son of a... Screwdriver, spring. Cap. Oh, this is so much better than it was. There's indents. That did not work at all before. And it turns so this guy those work good. Sweet. Oh,
That is so much better than it was. So much better. Not to get my light bulb all greasy. Good way to burn them out. This one is not burnt out yet. That's a good sign. Now there was one little screw. Got that. And then this piece. I'm trying to remember which side it went on. So this goes onto the bulb first. Oh, there's a light switch built into the bulb. Did not know that. You push the little peg back and forth and it flips the switch on and off. Nice. Come on, I can do it. I have opposable thumbs, I think. Yes, I do. Nice. Very, very, very nice. Oh, I need to find an anchor point for that spring before I do anything. Before I do anything else, because I will totally forget about that, and bad things will probably happen because of it. Let's go see if the manual has anything to say about it. Unfortunately, no pictures of where that spring goes. So, this is going to be a bunch of fishing expedition. There is this return crank, but he's being pulled down, so I don't think that's it. Man. It's a big hook. It also keeps the electricals out of the way.
mostly to keep the electricals out of the way. I just don't see any rub marks. Need like a long, thin wire to make a hook out of. Solid core would be the best. Shop light wire. That might do it. My guess is it hooked on this surface. That's only a guess, because I see absolutely nothing else for it to hook on. So let me see if I can snag it. Almost. There. I'm wondering if it goes just like that. I literally think the only thing it does is keeps this wire from getting tangled up in the mechanism. Because this end was fixed to a plate, and I don't see any place else this could go, so. I'm going to go with that for now. It does keep all the bits out of the other bits, which is the important part. Okay, what else can I put on right now? No reason to put the back on, because it's going to have to come off again. I can put this inspection plate back on, just so I don't lose the screws that go with it, or it. That'd also be bad. So I need a knob. It's not the right screw. Nope, that's of course. There it goes. Okay, that's everything on the bottom. I have 3 screws that go on, 2 on the bottom, 1 on the side, another one at the top of the side, and the 2 back screws. So I think I have all the screws. Now there's this assembly here, which I think that will also clear. So I might be able to put that on right now. It just slides in there like that. Shoot, I forgot the washer. And the grease. Just a smidge of grease on this surface. A smidge of grease on that surface. Just to keep it from wearing. A bit of smidge more around there. On the peg. Give the peg a smear. Wipe the leftover onto this guy. Okay. That goes goes into there. This goes into there. The whole thing goes on like that. Darn it, I forgot the washer again. Send your washer. Another little glooping of grease. Okay, now I have all the parts in there. And then finally the C-clip tops it all off. Which I currently do not see the groove for. I could have sworn that washer came off of here. Washer come from somewhere else? Oh, not good. Well, where else could that washer have gone? Because if I install that washer here, this piece does not ride correctly. What did I just fling? Dirty Q-tip. I'm okay with flinging dirty Q-tips. Okay, even there I don't see the groove. What is going on here? Almost see it. It's almost like these parts shrank. Take that out for a moment. I don't think that's the right part. And that's why none of this quite looks right. The reason I don't think it's the right part is the tip of this shaft doesn't actually have a groove. It just sort of has a spot or a slightly smaller diameter at the top. Pretty sure that washer was there. Washer at the top. This just seems awfully loose with this down here. So the manual said there was a star washer on the top of this that you had to pry off. I should go see if the manual speaks of this washer or a star clip. There really isn't another place where that would fit. And this works. It's just if there's any thrust this way, it's coming off. Air compressor. I'm awake. Okay, so what do I got left?
one spring, one clippy bit, one appears to be broken $40 part. Try and order one of those. I like a set of those, but I'll look and see how much those are on. Again, I'm not going to go into fancy sewing ever, just for completion. It's nice to have all the parts. Broken clip to the knob. This is the manual for my printer. Gotta find a manual. I'd like to find a manual. I'm just gonna make this paper towel disappear. All the little bits of crap in it. Where's my knob? And it looks like I managed to lose the drive knob. Here? No. Oh, it's on it. It's like, where'd that go? And a new knob. So one of these and one of these for sure. Yep, those two pieces for sure. Yeah, then I think it's like back to same as new. Won't be as good as new. There's a lot of dried up grease in places that I'm not going to get to. But it's all back together. You know, I might look for the right clip for that. Maybe. Maybe not. See how I feel. That works fine. That sets that adjustment. Seems to work. This, oh, so much better. Okay, I think with that, I'm calling it a night. There's some barbecue with my name on it, and sleep. Later, if anyone ever watches this.